Welcome back. Tonight, in part 1 of our journey through the shadows of dead space, we drift into the origins of the necromorphs, the grotesque echoes of an ancient cosmic plague born from monolithic artifacts that whisper promises of unity while unraveling life into endless, twisted rebirth. Forged in the frozen ruins of distant worlds and unearthed from craters on our own fragile Earth, these horrors embed a recombinant curse within the markers, seizing the dead to reshape them into instruments of extinction and silencing civilizations across the stars. In humanity's grasp, this erupted into nightmares of flesh and shadow on vessels like the USG Ishimura and colonies like Aegis 7. We'll trace the primordial signals from Chicxulub's depths to the outbreaks on Aegis 7, unraveling the biology, early variants, and the unbreakable bond to the markers. In part 2, we'll descend deeper into advanced horrors, massive forms combat tactics, and the eternal cycle of convergence. Whether delving into these chilling depths for the first time, or revisiting familiar dread to ease into slumber, this will guide you through the foundations of the Necromorph Chronicle, calm and complete. Before we descend, if this immersive, shadowed storytelling resonates, like a quiet transmission from a distant outpost, feel free to like and subscribe, and drop a comment. Where are you tuning in from, and what time whispers in your corner of the universe? It's a subtle thrill to bridge these voids, one hushed exploration at a time. Let's begin. Necromorphs trace their existence to a recombinant microorganism, an insidious code embedded within the markers that seizes control of dead organic tissue, reshaping it into grotesque, aggressive entities bent on perpetuating the infection through a process that involves rapid cellular reconfiguration and the suppression of natural decomposition. This transformation is not random, but a calculated mechanism designed to multiply the horrors, drawing from an ancient blueprint that has extinguished life across distant worlds, with the markers acting as beacons that broadcast electromagnetic signals to initiate and sustain the reanimation. On Tau Volantis, for instance, archaeological findings from the Sovereign Colony's Armed Forces SCAF expedition in Dead Space 3 uncover evidence of a cataclysmic event approximately 2 million years ago, where similar reanimations overwhelmed an advanced alien civilization known for their towering insectoid-like physiology and sophisticated technology, reducing their advanced society to frozen ruins scattered across the planet's icy surface, including massive structures like the alien machine designed to halt the infection, but ultimately failing due to internal sabotage and incomplete activation. The process begins subtly, with the microorganism infiltrating cells and rewriting genetic material, ensuring that each new form contributes to the larger cycle of death and rebirth orchestrated by the Brethren Moons, the ultimate entities behind the marker's purpose. Human records, preserved in scattered logs and reports from expeditions like those on Aegis 7 and Titan Station, highlight how this same force has lurked in the shadows of our own history, waiting for the right disturbance, such as the unearthing of a marker, to awaken and initiate outbreaks that mirror the ancient alien extinctions. The first documented human encounter unfolded in 2021 during the unearthing of the black marker near Earth's Chicxulub crater, as recounted in the novel Dead Space, Martyr, where researcher Michael Altman and his team faced eerie, mutated sea creatures emerging from the ocean depths, their forms twisted from marine life such as crabs and fish exposed to the artifact's influence, resulting in aberrant growths like elongated limbs and bioluminescent tumors that pulsed with an unnatural rhythm. Altman's journals describe these initial manifestations as harbingers, with bodies convulsing on the shorelines, limbs reforming in unnatural ways that defied biological norms, accompanied by hallucinatory visions of geometric patterns and whispers that drove some team members to madness or suicide, planting the seeds for what would become the Church of Unitology, a religion venerating the marker as a divine instrument of unity and rebirth. By the year 2508, this latent threat erupted fully during the Aegis 7 colony's mining operations under the direction of the Concordance Extraction Corporation, CEC, where the extraction of the red marker designated as Marker 3A, a human-made replica based on the black marker's design, ignited widespread transformations among the workers, their screams echoing through the dusty tunnels as flesh warped into blades and tentacles amid escalating unitologist rituals and sabotages that accelerated the outbreak. The USG Ishimura, a massive Planet Cracker class vessel orbiting above and commanded by Captain Benjamin Mathias, soon became the epicenter, with crew members succumbing one by one in the ship's sterile corridors, their vital signs flatlining only to rise again in monstrous resurgence following exposure to marker shards or direct contact with infected tissue. This outbreak marked humanity's plunge into a nightmare, revealing the infection's relentless adaptability to any host, from simple laborers to seasoned engineers, and highlighting how the marker's signals not only reanimate the dead, but also induce dementia and violent behavior in the living to facilitate more corpses for transformation. Animations like Dead Space, Downfall, provide a harrowing visual chronicle of the Ishimura's fall, illustrating how particles from a marker shard, smuggled aboard by unitologist faithful like Chief Security Officer Alyssa Vincent's team, and direct contact accelerated the spread, turning routine shifts into scenes of chaos as bodies piled up in the medical decks and hydroponics bays, with initial infections stemming from a shuttle crash that introduced contaminated material from Aegis 7. Novels such as Dead Space, Catalyst delve into parallel incidents on remote outposts like the isolated colony on the planet Aspera, where controlled marker studies on preserved specimens, frozen cadavers from prior accidents, and experimental subjects injected with recombinant samples yielded the earliest necromorph prototypes, their mutations observed in quarantine labs before containment failed, due to hallucinatory influences driving researchers like Istvan Sato to sabotage protocols. These accounts underscore the infection's opportunistic nature, thriving in isolation or amid crowds, always evolving to exploit weaknesses in human defenses, such as inadequate quarantine measures or psychological breakdowns induced by the marker's dead space field, which suppresses competing microbes while amplifying the recombinant organism's dominance. Together, they weave a tapestry of inevitable doom, showing how the necromorph origins are not mere accidents, but echoes of a cosmic pattern that has claimed untold species before us, with each outbreak following a similar progression from subtle hallucinations and suicides to mass reanimation and biomass accumulation toward convergence. Furthermore, these narratives emphasize the role of unitology in facilitating outbreaks, as believers interpret the marker's signals as divine communion, actively hindering containment efforts. For example, in Downfall, unitologist crew members perform rituals that expose more personnel to the infection, while in Catalyst, the cult's infiltration of research teams leads to deliberate releases of prototypes, ensuring the pattern's repetition across human colonies. Markers act as the silent conductors of the necromorph plague, emitting electromagnetic signals across specific frequencies that awaken dead tissue and halt its natural breakdown. reshaping it into something far more dangerous, while also inducing hallucinatory dementia in nearby living organisms to generate more corpses for infection. These signals create fields of dead space, zones where competing microbial life ceases, allowing necromorphs to thrive unchallenged, as observed in Ishimura logs that describe the eerie quietude in affected areas where even bacterial decomposition halts, leaving bodies unnaturally preserved until reanimation. Original black markers, constructed from an unknown obsidian-like material of extraterrestrial origin and discovered buried in impact craters like Chicxulub on Earth, hold the unaltered alien code, a blueprint perfected over eons to orchestrate mass extinctions, while human-engineered red markers, such as the flawed Marker 3A, unearthed on Aegis 7 and built by EarthGov scientists attempting to replicate the black marker's energy harnessing properties, often magnify the effect due to imperfections in their metallic alloy construction, sparking outbreaks that spiral out of control and accelerate biomass accumulation. Ishimura captain's logs, recovered from the wreckage by survivors like Isaac Clarke, highlight these zones as eerie silences blanketing the ship, where the hum of life support masks the growing presence of reanimated threats lurking in the vents, with crew members reporting initial symptoms of insomnia, paranoia, vivid hallucinations of geometric symbols, and overwhelming urges towards suicide or violence against others before the full descent into madness. Destruction of a marker, like Isaac Clarke's desperate act on Aegis 7 in the core events of Dead Space, severs this lifeline instantly, causing affected necromorphs to slump into formless ooze, their cellular bonds dissolving without the sustaining pulse and interrupting any ongoing convergence event where biomass would otherwise ascend to form a brethren moon. In Dead Space 2, the Site 12 marker on Titan Station, a massive red marker constructed in secret by EarthGov's marker program under Director Hans Tiedemann, demonstrated a more insidious layer, broadcasting not just reanimation commands, but hallucinatory whispers that eroded the minds of the living, priming them for transformation amid the sprawl's crowded habitats, with survivors like Isaac experiencing persistent visions of his deceased girlfriend Nicole Brennan, who appeared as a guiding yet manipulative entity urging self-destruction or convergence. Survivors' audio recordings from the station capture the descent, with voices fracturing under visions of lost loved ones, only for the infected to rise stronger, their bodies knit together by the same relentless signal that also draws in ambient energy from decaying matter to fuel the marker's self-repair protocols if damaged, but not fully obliterated. This psychological warfare intertwines with the physical, making markers not mere triggers, but architects of comprehensive collapse, as their signals mimic neural patterns to exploit human emotions and memories, ensuring outbreaks align with the Brethren Moon's galactic harvest cycle. Comics such as Dead Space, Salvage portray the peril of recovered marker fragments, where opportunistic crews aboard derelict vessels like the USM Magpie unwittingly activate artifacts scavenged from the Aegis 7 debris field, sparking infections from stored corpses in cargo holds and turning salvage operations into desperate fights for survival as hallucinations compel crew members to protect the shard at all costs. The necromorph marker bond positions the creatures as extensions of a grander scheme, funneled toward biomass accumulation that feeds back into the artifact's convergence imperatives, where the markers absorb organic energy to reach critical mass and initiate the uplift of necrotic matter toward moon formation, a process humans sought to harness for unlimited energy amid resource shortages, but which inevitably led to catastrophe. Across media, this connection emerges as unbreakable, with each outbreak a deliberate step in an alien strategy, binding humanity's fate to these towering monoliths scattered through the stars, while unitology doctrine falsely portrays markers as indestructible symbols of eternal life, encouraging followers to facilitate infections as acts of faith during events like the Sprawl outbreak. Additionally, lore from Dead Space Liberation expands on this bond during the Uxor incident, where a marker fragment remotely influences necromorph behavior to protect its transport, demonstrating how even partial artifacts maintain a psychic link to the Horde, coordinating attacks to ensure their relocation and activation in new population centers. Brethren moons stand as the pinnacle of necromorph evolution, enormous moon-sized entities composed of fused necrotic matter, vast pulsating orbs of mottled flesh, riddled with enormous tentacle appendages and cavernous maws lined with jagged protrusions that command the infection from afar, seeding markers by ejecting them into the void of space to eventually impact habitable worlds and ensnare intelligent species in their harvest. Born from successful convergence events, they absorb vast quantities of biomass from entire planetary populations, perpetuating a galactic cycle of extinction that has doomed countless species across the galaxy by systematically eradicating advanced civilizations and entering prolonged hibernation states once depleted, only to awaken when markers signal new life forms ready for consumption. A shared telepathic consciousness unites these moons into a hive mind network, coordinating necromorph legions with hive-like efficiency to dismantle opposition and compile flesh for their growth, as unveiled during the Tau Volantis expedition in Dead Space 3, where SCAF artifacts, including murals and data archives from the alien ruins, detailed the network's vast reach across star systems, with moons communicating through subspace signals relayed via markers to orchestrate synchronized invasions. Sovereign colonies' briefings, etched into datapads amid the frozen wreckage of outposts like the CMS Terra Nova, outline how this mine coordinates strikes, turning isolated infections into synchronized assaults that overwhelm planetary defenses, such as deploying specialized necromorph forms to breach fortifications, or induce mass hallucinations to sow discord among defenders. The discovery of a frozen moon on Tau Volantis by the sovereign colonies exposed the fragility of this process, where a halted convergence trapped the entity in ice after an alien intervention involving the construction and partial activation of a massive subterranean alien machine, a colossal device powered by the Codex artifact that emitted a planet-wide turn-off signal to freeze the necromorph horde and the emerging moon in mid-formation, preserving a dormant state with residual signals that could potentially reignite the process centuries later if the machine were deactivated or destroyed. Canon is ambiguous here on the exact nature of remaining infection vectors post-freeze, such as whether dormant necromorphs retain viability indefinitely or require fresh marker activation, so correction avoids speculation and adheres to observed reactivation events tied to human interference. Dead Space Liberation chronicles similar manipulations on Uxor, where Brethren moons remotely guide marker placements through telepathic imperatives to ignite global outbreaks, drawing in military forces like the EarthGov fleet and civilians alike into swirling masses of transformation, with characters such as Ellie Langford and Sergeant John Carver witnessing the black markers unearthing amid seismic disturbances engineered by the moons to expose the artifact from underground vaults. Planetary scans from the comic reveal the scale, with hordes converging on key sites like excavation craters and urban centers, their movements a silent symphony under cosmic command, building toward the birth of kin, as the moon's influence compels infected host to herd uninfected populations toward central convergence points for efficient biomass aggregation. In the sprawl incident on Titan Station, moon-influenced necromorphs methodically funneled survivors into kill corridors, converting them en masse to bolster the necrotic tide and advance an incomplete convergence centered around the Site 12 marker, a tactic echoed in hallucinations from Dead Space 3, awakened that foretell Earth's impending doom as a fleet of awakened Brethren moons descends upon the planet following the Tau Volantis machine's destruction. These visions, plaguing figures like Isaac Clarke and John Carver, manifest as direct telepathic communications from the moons, addressing them as brothers and urging surrender to the cycle, hinting at the moon's broader ambition to claim all sentient life across the galaxy, their role extending beyond mere predators to engineers of universal reset by systematically harvesting biomass to propagate more moons and enforce a twisted form of unity that eradicates individuality in favor of collective necrotic assimilation. This commanding presence frames necromorphs as pawns in an eternal game, their every action a thread in the moon's web of annihilation, with distant moons capable of influencing events light years away through marker relays, as seen in the sprawl where subtle signal amplifications from the awakening moons accelerated the outbreak's progression toward biomass uplift. Moreover, these hallucinatory imperatives in Awakened reveal the moon's vulnerability during incomplete states, where their telepathic reach exposes them to counter-influences like the Codex's signal, allowing brief disruptions in their coordination of ground forces and providing fleeting opportunities for resistance against the encroaching fleet. Necromorphs function without the familiar organs that sustain human life, such as hearts, lungs, or digestive systems, relying instead on a network of rapid cellular reactions within their reconstructed tissues, facilitated by the recombinant microorganism introduced via infectors or marker signals, to generate energy through anaerobic processes that convert stored biomass into kinetic force, which removes any dependence on oxygen, food, or rest in the cold expanse of infested vessels like the USG Ishimura. This biological overhaul strips away vulnerabilities, transforming what was once a fragile body into a machine of unyielding assault, where every fiber aligns toward destruction rather than preservation, with the infection eliminating pain receptors and self-preservation instincts to ensure the entity charges forward even when severely damaged. Autopsy reports salvaged from the USG Ishimura's medical bay, as explored in the original Dead Space game, and detailed in audio logs from unitologist researcher Dr. Chalice Mercer, reveal this stark efficiency, with dissected specimens showing hollowed cavities where hearts and lungs once beat, now filled with dense fibrous masses that pulse with an otherworldly rhythm, derived from repurposed neural tissue rerouted for heightened sensory capabilities, allowing necromorphs to detect heat signatures or vibrations from living hosts at greater distances. The infection's redesign prioritizes raw utility, fusing bones into protruding defenses like sharpened scythes, or armored plates, and tendons into whipping cords, ensuring that even in the flickering emergency lights of a derelict ship, these forms move with a predatory grace born of alien ingenuity, as evidenced by early observations in Mercer's experiments, where he deliberately created prototypes to study their adaptability. Prominent yellow pustules adorn many necromorph variants, swollen sacs brimming with volatile bile that detonates upon impact or targeted damage, unleashing waves of corrosive fluid or shrapnel to wound foes, or shatter barriers in the confined quarters of outbreak zones, such as the Ishimura's tram stations or medical bays. These features arise from the microorganisms' meticulous repurposing of host materials, converting excess fats and fluids into explosive reservoirs composed of unstable organic acids and pressurized gases that enhance the creature's threat radius, serving as both offensive weapons and self-destruct mechanisms if the form is cornered. In Dead Space, Extraction, detailed biological scans conducted by security teams, like those led by Nathan McNeil, highlight the absence of circulatory or respiratory pathways, underscoring how this lack grants them unparalleled endurance in hostile settings, from airless voids to poison atmospheres, with pustules specifically noted as regenerative nodes that can reform if the core biomass remains intact under marker influence. Such adaptations reflect a biology tuned for conquest, where the pustules serve not just as weapons, but as tools for environmental manipulation, allowing necromorphs to carve paths through locked doors or clustered survivors with brutal precision, as seen in Extraction's rail shooter sequences, where detonating these sacks mid-combat creates chain reactions among grouped enemies. Furthermore, these pustules tie into the broader necromorph strategy, acting as lures in some variants to draw prey closer before eruption, a behavior observed in Ishimura security footage, where forms like exploders deliberately expose them during charges to maximize area denial in engineering sections. The very essence of a necromorph structure hinges on the ongoing marker signal, which maintains cellular bonds and creates a dead space field that prevents natural microbial decay. Without it, the forms degrade swiftly into a viscous slurry, reverting to the genetic baseline of their original hosts amid the debris of fallen colonies like Aegis 7, sometimes releasing dormant recombinant spores that could reinfect if a new signal activates nearby. This dependency exposes a rare fragility in an otherwise indomitable design, as witnessed in moments of signal interruption during key confrontations, such as Isaac Clarke's destruction of Marker 3A, which caused widespread necromorph collapse across the colony and Ishimura. Novels like Dead Space Martyr chronicle precursor manifestations, where early infected specimens displayed tissue irregularities that hinted at the transformations to come, such as bioluminescent veins pulsing through skin and unexplained cellular hyperactivity in living subjects exposed to the black marker, their changes documented in Altman's clandestine observations from the Chicxulub site. Tissue breakdown during transformation discards superfluous elements, such as digestive systems, redirecting resources to amplify limbs and sensory nodes, crafting beings that exist solely to propagate the cycle in the silent, echoing halls of abandoned outposts, with partial signal disruptions on Titan Station in Dead Space, too leading to temporary dormancy in some necromorphs, allowing brief respites before full signal restoration revive them. Necromorphs navigate the unforgiving vacuum of space with ease, as breaches in the USG Ishimura's hull demonstrated during the height of its infestation in the original Dead Space game, their forms unaffected by the explosive decompression that would shred human tissue due to internalized pressure seals formed from fused dermal layers and the absence of gas-filled cavities, allowing them to prowl exposed exteriors under starlit voids or cling to the ship's asteroid mining arrays amid floating debris. This capability stems from a complete independence from atmospheric pressure, with internal structures sealed and self-sustaining in ways that defy terrestrial biology, enabling survival in high radiation zones or absolute zero temperatures without cellular rupture. On the frozen world of Tau Volantis in Dead Space 3, they persist through relentless blizzards and sub-zero depths reaching hundreds of degrees below freezing, emerging from glacial encasements with mummified hides that crack like ancient parchment, yet retain full mobility upon exposure to human body heat or marker signal reactivation. Their movements a testament to an infection that molds flesh to conquer any climate, as documented in SCAF research, where alien-derived necromorphs from the 2-million-year-old extinction event showed similar preservations in ice tombs within the planet's cavernous ruins. Sovereign colonies' artifacts, scattered across the planet's research stations like the CMS Roanoke Flotilla wreckage, log these adaptations in chilling detail, noting how the cold preserves rather than hinders, turning icebound horrors into patient sentinels awaiting thaw, with some variants developing crystalline exoskeletons from mineral absorption in the permafrost to enhance durability against exploratory drills or kinetic impacts. In states of dormancy, necromorphs encase themselves within layers of corruption, an organic webbing resembling a pulsating vein-riddled fungal mat that spreads across surfaces via airborne spores and metabolizes ambient matter to generate additional biomass or spawn smaller forms, like swarmers, shielding them for centuries, much like the latent threats discovered aboard the CMS Roanoke in Dead Space 3, where explorers disturbed growths that birthed revived forms, including hybridized alien-human variants, from the ship's dim cargo bays amid tangled wiring and frozen coolant leaks. The heat produced during initial mutations equips them for scorching environments, such as the roaring infernos of engine compartments or volcanic fissures on planets like Aegis 7, where internal liquids vaporize harmlessly into propulsive gases, fueling rather than damaging their advance, and allowing traversal through plasma vents or smelting facilities without melting. Dead Space 2 captures their prowess in zero-gravity drifts through the sprawl's shattered sectors, with claws and appendages propelling them across floating wreckage via explosive muscle contractions or tendril ejections, turning weightless chaos into a hunting ground where they ambush from behind drifting panels or asteroid fragments. These environmental tolerances reveal a biology engineered for universal dominance, ensuring the infections spread regardless of habitat, from the vacuum silence to the furnace's roar, as evidenced by Titan station logs where necromorphs adapted to the moon's low gravity and thin atmosphere by developing lighter, more aerodynamic forms for efficient pursuit in open domes. Corruption also serves as a territorial marker, emitting low-level marker-like signals that attract dormant necromorphs or induce minor hallucinations in passers-by, drawing them into reactivation zones, a mechanic observed in Roanoke's infestation, where the growth networked across the flotilla to coordinate awakenings synchronized with human arrivals. Comics like Dead Space Salvage illustrate necromorphs rousing from prolonged stasis in deep space hulks, their reactivation triggered by the warmth of intruding crews aboard vessels like the USM Magpie. Bodies unfolding from cocoon states after years of cosmic drift without decay, with frozen specimens in cargo holds shattering their icy sheaths, to ambush salvagers amid floating salvage crates and zero-G debris fields. Enhanced strains develop tougher hides, as encountered in Titan Station's industrial depths during Dead Space 2, where thickened skins absorb punishing conditions that erode metal and stone, incorporating bioluminescent veins for navigation and luring in pitch-black maintenance tunnels or radiation-scorched zones. SCAF field notes from Tau Volantis emphasize this versatility, describing variants that thrive in extreme cold, toxic methane atmospheres from geological vents, or even submerged in thawed subterranean lakes, their forms a seamless extension of the harsh worlds they invade, with adaptations like gill-like slits for fluid environments or insulating blubber layers derived from host fat reserves. Such resilience binds the necromorphs to no single niche, allowing them to linger in the forgotten corners of the universe, ready to awaken at the faintest sign of life, as further detailed in Salvage, where partial thaws from ship malfunctions led to hybrid forms, blending features from multiple dormant hosts. Infection initiates with marker signals altering cellular DNA in nearby corpses, priming them for recombinant mutations without immediate visible changes, specifically targeting tissue deceased within a few hours to ensure structural integrity for reanimation, while the surrounding dead space field suppresses bacterial decomposition to maintain the body as a viable host. This priming phase alters genetic sequences without overt signs, preparing the tissue for the violent overhaul to come, often manifesting in subtle precursors like faint bioluminescent glows or involuntary twitches observed in early stages aboard the Ishimura. Specialized infectors play a pivotal role here, deploying proboscis strikes to inject the microorganism directly, often aiming for cranial or thoracic regions to expedite control and override any residual neural activity, as depicted in the chilling scenes of the Ishimura's autopsy rooms, where fallen crew stirred under flickering surgical lights amid scattered medical tools and blood-stained gurneys. In Downfall, spread via a marker shard's influence and contact accelerates initial stages aboard the Ishimura, turning crew during routine duties into vectors as the shard's proximity caused corpses in the morgue to exhibit early anomalies, like vein-like patterns spreading under the skin before full eruption. Martyr details pre-outbreak signs, where marker proximity causes tissue anomalies in living subjects that foreshadow post-mortem transformation, such as unexplained cellular hyperactivity documented in Altman's team autopsies from the Chicxulub site. This gradual infiltration underscores the infection's cunning, infiltrating quietly before erupting, turning isolated incidents into cascading horrors that engulf entire populations in the quiet drift of space, with the signal's range extending up to several kilometers depending on marker size and integrity. Moreover, this phase ties into unitologist rituals, where believers deliberately expose corpses to markers believing it grants unity, inadvertently hastening outbreaks as seen in Ishimura logs, where cult members guarded infected bodies in chapels, allowing priming to complete undisturbed. For living hosts, exposure to tainted matter initiates a slower erosion, with organs degrading internally as the infection takes root through absorbed recombinant particles or airborne spores from corruption, leading to inevitable collapse and reanimation only after death claims them, often accelerated by self-inflicted wounds from induced madness. Symptoms manifest as creeping necrosis and induced aggression, compelling Aegis 7 colonists to acts of self-destruction that multiplied infection sources amid the colony's dusty shafts, with early signs including insomnia, auditory hallucinations of whispers urging "make us whole," and violent outbursts documented in colony medical reports. The novel Dead Space. Martyr documents these prelude effects in Altman's Circle, where proximity to the marker induced subtle tissue irregularities in the living, such as unexplained lesions that hinted at the transformations lurking within, alongside psychological breakdowns, where team members experience visions of geometric symbols or deceased relatives, mirroring the nocebo effect amplified by emerging unitology beliefs. Resistance among the living fluctuates based on health, mental fortitude and exposure levels, yet direct implantation, evident in lab-created horrors like the Hunter, engineered by Dr. Chalice Mercer aboard the Ishimura through injection of concentrated recombinant samples into restrained subjects like Brant Harris, overrides defenses, forging persistent threats in controlled settings gone awry due to the subject's partial consciousness during early stages causing erratic behavior. Dissemination through contact hastens these beginnings aboard vessels like the Ishimura, where routine tasks turned fatal as crew came into contact with infected matter, such as blood splatters or tissue fragments, claiming them in waves during their daily rounds in areas like hydroponics or crew quarters, with secondary vectors including contaminated water recyclers or food synthesizers that introduce the microorganism orally. Experiments in remote facilities, as expanded in Catalyst, reveal how marker fields interact with preserved remains, sparking initial anomalies in frozen samples that evolve into active vectors upon warming, such as on the planet Aspera, where researcher Istvan Sato's handling of thawed cadavers led to personal hallucinations and sabotage, releasing prototypes into the colony's ventilation systems to accelerate spread among isolated workers. These mechanisms highlight the infection's multifaceted approach, leveraging both direct transmission and environmental contamination to ensure rapid escalation from single cases to ship-wide or colony-wide pandemics in the confined, recycled atmospheres of human outposts. Once death claims a host, the necromorph mutations ignite in mere seconds, bones cracking audibly as they realign and fuse into new configurations with a series of sharp pops and grinds that echo through confined spaces, while tissues knit together to form appendages tailored for violence in the dim, echoing confines of overrun facilities like the USG, Ishimura's medical bay, or engineering decks. This swift overhaul generates a surge of internal heat from exothermic recombinant reactions, causing skin to blister and split open in vents of superheated steam and expelled fluids that haze the air around the emerging form, potentially contaminating nearby surfaces or living observers with infectious particles. In the events aboard the USG Ishimura, crew logs recovered from engineering decks by survivors like Chief Engineer Jacob Temple or Security Officer Zach Hammond describe this frenzy, with fallen bodies jerking in place as limbs extended unnaturally, the process so rapid, typically completing in 10 to 30 seconds for fresh hosts, that witnesses barely had time to react before the horror lunged forward, influenced by factors like corpse freshness, where older bodies take slightly longer due to partial decay. The infection's efficiency here shines through, repurposing every fragment of the corpse without waste by deploying enzymes that liquefy non-essential organs into a nutrient-rich slurry, redistributed to reinforce limbs or create new structures, turning what was once a still figure into a mobile threat amid the scattered tools and flickering consoles of a mining ship turned slaughterhouse, as further noted in Dr. Terence Kine's research audio entries, where he analyzed the heat signatures as markers for imminent reanimation. Single bodies typically yield compact, agile variants suited to immediate skirmishes, such as slashers or leapers emerging from isolated corpses in tight spaces, whereas clusters of corpses, common in scenes of mass slaughter like unitologist ritual sites, merge their biomass to birth hulking entities like brutes, their frames swollen with combined strength from the fallen, through a process where infectious tendrils extend from initial host to link and dissolve boundaries between bodies in a pulsating matrix. This scaling reflects the infection's opportunistic nature, drawing from available resources to optimize for the moment, as seen during the Aegis 7 outbreak, where piled miners in the colony's shafts fused into larger horrors that barrel through barricades, their mergers documented in planetary extraction logs, showing how marker signal intensity accelerated the bonding, turning groups of 3 to 5 bodies into armored behemoths capable of smashing through reinforced colony doors. Dead Space 2's sprawl sequences expand on this, showing transformations in urban sprawls where confined spaces like apartment blocks or transit hubs favored quicker, more nimble adaptations due to limited room. Bodies twisting in narrow hallways to gain speed for corridor charges, while higher population density led to frequent multi-host fusions in public plazas, creating enhanced strains with layered defenses from combined rig suits or civilian attire. The variability ensures the Horde's diversity, with each new form contributing to a collective overwhelm, their origins rooted in the chaotic piles left by prior victims. As Titan station security footage captures merges occurring mid-outbreak when fresh kills accumulate, optimizing for environmental niches like zero-gravity zones or crowded evac points. Environmental pressures further mold the outcome, such as vacuum conditions yielding leapers optimized for zero-G leaps with fused tails, and sealed dermal membranes that prevent fluid loss, allowing propulsion through controlled gas expulsions from internal vents, as encountered amid the wreckage of the USM Valor in Dead Space 2008, where zero-gravity drifts turned leaps into deadly arcs across debris fields littered with floating military gear and ship fragments. Animations like Dead Space Aftermath capture this in vivid sequence. Bodies convulsing on screen as internal organs dissolve into slurry, visible through translucent skin phases, only to reform as hardened structures amid expelling gouts of superheated fluid that splatter and contaminate nearby surfaces with acidic residue capable of eroding metal bulkheads or rig suits. This explosive heat not only drives the change, but aids dissemination, turning the site of transformation into a vector for further spread in the cold silence of space, with Aftermath's corporate interrogation framing showing how these fluids carried dormant recombinant particles that infected responders upon contact, extending the outbreak to vessels like the USM O'Bannon. Such adaptations highlight the infection's responsiveness to surroundings, ensuring forms like vacuum-optimized leapers or heat-resistant variants emerge precisely where needed, as Valor crash site logs describe rapid evolutions in response to the destroyer's breached hulls, where low-pressure environments favored elongated limbs for grappling in weightless combat. Additionally, these pressures interact with host factors, such as military personnel on the Valor yielding twitchers, when stasis fields are present during transformation, distorting the process to create hyper-accelerated movements. A rare environmental tech hybrid noted in survivor accounts from the wreckage. The original host's build plays a central role in the resulting necromorph, with infant remains giving rise to lurkers equipped with probing tentacles for distant strikes, their small frames channeling limited biomass into 3 extendable appendages that emerge from the back for ambush tactics in confined spaces, while robust, armored soldiers warp into twitchers whose movements jerk with unnatural haste due to embedded rig suit tech interacting with stasis fields during transformation, creating after-image effects from accelerated neural firing. This physiological blueprint ensures variety within the Horde, adapting human diversity into specialized terrors that fill different niches in an outbreak, such as petite animal hosts like dogs on the Ishimura, yielding pack-like swarmers in ventilation systems. On the Ishimura, medical scans salvage from the infirmary detail these shifts, showing how a child's small frame yields compact ambushes, their tentacles sprouting from backs in ways that exploit tight spaces like nursery vents, where unitologists sabotaged during the outbreak, exposed vulnerable populations, with scans revealing retained genetic markers from the host that influence appendage length or barb sharpness. The infection's selectivity here draws from the host's inherent traits, channeling size, age, and condition into forms that maximize threat, creating a swarm where no two encounters feel the same amid the ship's labyrinthine passages, as further evidenced in Dr. Kine's research logs, noting how healthier adult hosts produce more durable slashes with reinforced bone blades, while malnourished ones result in frailer but faster variants suited to hit-and-run tactics in low-resource areas. Surrounding conditions steer these adaptations further. Low-gravity zones fostering leapers with fused tails for bounding assaults. Their designs honed for propulsion in weightless environments like the drifting hulls of compromised vessels, where the infection redirects lower limb biomass into a single bladed appendage that coils and releases like a spring for zero-G trajectories amid exposed structural beams. Biomass quantity escalates the scale, pooling from multiple hosts during carnage-heavy moments aboard the Ishimura to forge heavyweights that dominate open areas with sheer mass, such as brutes emerging from piled corpses in the food storage deck, where mass suicides provided ample material for armored plating layered from fused skeletons. Dead Space 3's Tau Volantis expeditions reveal the cold's impact, where preserved bodies in ice yield mummified strains with extra limbs, their mutations locked in by the freeze until thawed, incorporating remnants of ancient alien DNA from the planet's ruins to produce erratic appendages like additional grasping claws suited to icy cliffs or cavern navigation. Comics such as Dead Space salvage explore decay's effects with scavenged remains from old Rex-producing hybrid oddities, their partial rot leading to uneven forms that blend features in unpredictable ways, such as half-decomposed hosts yielding asymmetrical slashes with one oversized blade arm and a withered counterpart, adapted for scavenging in derelict cargo holds filled with cosmic radiation. These environmental factors interplay with marker proximity, where weaker signals in peripheral areas produce basic forms, while core zones near artifacts accelerate mutations, as noted in SCAF field reports from Tau Volantis, describing how blizzard-exposed corpses develop insulating hides from recrystallized tissue to withstand prolonged sub-zero exposure. Marker signal strength adds another layer, prolonged exposure birthing darker, more durable variants in saturated areas like Titan Station's core districts, where the artifact's hum thickens hides against repeated assaults and induces bioluminescent eyes for enhanced low-light hunting in blackout zones caused by power failures during the outbreak. Together, these factors weave a tapestry of evolution, ensuring the necromorph horde remains adaptable, each form a product of its birthplace in the unfolding nightmare, with Ishimura engineering logs correlating electromagnetic field measurements from the marker shard to mutation outcomes, such as higher intensities producing forms with redundant limbs for redundancy in combat. This layered influence reflects the Brethren Moon's overarching design, optimizing necromorphs for efficient harvest by tailoring them to overcome specific human defenses like stasis modules or kinetic barriers, as seen in sprawled government sectors where signal-saturated areas spawned variants resistant to initial dismemberment attempts. Slashers emerge from adult human corpses, their arms stretched and reinforced through the infection's recombinant process that fuses the ulnar and radius bones into lethal, scythe-like bone blades for close-quarters rending, capable of slicing through rig suits or bulkheads with ease. while legs contort backward at the knees for sudden wobbling charges that propel them through the blood-smeared decks of vessels like the Ishimura or the dusty mining shafts of Aegis 7. This common variant embodies the infection's baseline aggression, with skeletal frames reinforced to favor attack over defense, ribs curling outward as makeshift plating that provides minimal protection but enhances a grotesque silhouette meant to induce terror, often accompanied by behavioral adaptations like feigning death, lying motionless among debris until living hosts approach, then erupting into motion. Medical scans from the original Dead Space game, accessible via rig interfaces in the Ishimura's infirmary, outline the anatomy in detail. Legs bent at awkward angles for explosive lunges that close distances in heartbeats, turning narrow corridors into kill zones, where their guttural screeches echo off metal walls to disorient prey. First appearing in Chapter 2 of Isaac Clarke's Ordeal aboard the Ishimura, they often hunt in loose packs during the Aegis 7 chaos, their blades whistling through the air as they burst from hiding spots like ventilation grates or behind ore crates, a staple horror in the franchise's early confrontations that sets the tone for necromorph encounters. As colony logs from Aegis 7 describe initial manifestations from fallen miners in the Planet Cracker's extraction pits, where the red markers signal first twisted their forms amid the red dust and drilling echoes. Variants abound within the slasher lineage, from stripped-down naked forms exposing raw musculature for lighter, faster strikes unencumbered by clothing remnants, allowing them to navigate tight vents or zero-gravity spaces with enhanced agility, to minor models clinging to uniform remnants with shoulder-mounted lights that flicker erratically to disorient foes in the gloom of dim mining shafts or power outage zones. The 2023 Dead Space remake introduces persistence in defeat, with dismembered slashers crawling onward via secondary abdominal limbs, tendril-like appendages erupting from the torso to drag the upper body forward in a relentless pursuit, their movements accompanied by wet, slurping sounds as the infection redirects biomass to makeshift propulsion. Comics, like Dead Space, depict their origins in colony excavations on Aegis 7, where early slashers sliced through protective suits with surgical accuracy, their blades honed from repurposed bones to breach even reinforced gear at weak points like joints or seals, turning routine digs into bloodbaths amid the collapsing tunnels and emergency klaxons. These distinctions highlight the infection's resourcefulness, pulling from the host's attire and build to craft tools that extend their reach in the shadow digs and habitats, such as how minor variants incorporate tool belts or harnesses into armored protrusions for added slashing edges. As detailed in comic panels showing transformations amid scattered pickaxes and rock fragments, female civilian slashers diverge slightly, relying on primary arm blades without secondary appendages, their designs often featuring exposed torsos or elongated necks for added reach in grapples, a form encountered amid the sprawl's residential sprawls, where domestic settings like apartment blocks turned into ambush arenas filled with overturned furniture and flickering holograms. Extraction missions feature them coordinating with kin, their unstable gait masking calculated advances in group tactics such as flanking maneuvers, where one slasher draws fire while others circle from vents or doorways, overwhelming security teams in role-based defenses aboard the Ishimura. The remake's phantom iterations in New Game Plus modes add red-eyed ferocity, with black and red tones signaling heightened resilience from accumulated corruption, surviving blows that fell standard types due to denser tissue layers and faster regeneration bursts under intensified marker signals. This evolution across media underscores the slasher's role as the Horde's vanguard, adaptable yet consistent in their blade-wielding menace, forever lurking in the vents and corners of humanity's doomed frontiers, as Extraction's cooperative gameplay highlights their pack hunting, where synchronized charges in medical bays or hydroponic sections force players to prioritize dismemberment of limbs to disrupt formations. Furthermore, these variants tie into broader outbreak dynamics, with female slashers often spawning in civilian-heavy areas like the sprawl schools or habitats, reflecting the infection's exploitation of population demographics, while phantoms represent endgame escalations, where repeated exposures create elite forms resistant to standard weaponry, as noted in remake developer commentary on scaling difficulty. Enhanced slashers represent an evolution within the necromorph ranks, their skins darkening and toughening under prolonged marker signals or from reanimation of more decomposed corpses, resulting in a charred, blackened appearance with increased dermal density that grants them heightened durability and swiftness, allowing them to withstand more dismemberment attempts and close distances faster in pursuits through Titan Station's labyrinthine passages into relentless chases. This adaptation stems from extended exposure, where the infection refines the base slasher form, thickening dermal layers to absorb impacts that befell lesser variants and bulking up limbs for more powerful strikes, allowing them to press attacks in the shadowed mining sectors of Dead Space 2 amid scattered ore processors and failing gravity lifts. Glowing pale eyes pierce the gloom, aiding navigation in low visibility zones riddled with machinery and debris by detecting subtle heat signatures from the rig suits, while their elongated blades inflict lacerations that penetrate deeper, exploiting weaknesses in armored joints amid the station's industrial hum and echoing alarms. These features mark a step up from standard models, their movements a fluid blend of aggression and resilience, emerging in areas saturated with the marker's hum, where the signal has had time to deepen its hold on the reanimated flesh, as evidenced by Titan Station security logs, noting a progression from regular slashers in early outbreak phases to enhanced forms dominating later containment efforts. Unitologist cleric variants preserve remnants of their robes, hooded visages revealing exposed musculature and jaws frozen in mid-prayer or chants of "Make us whole." A chilling nod to the faith's role in outbreaks, where devotees embrace transformation as divine liberty, often spawning in sacred sites like the Sprawl's Church of Unitology, where ritual altars and holographic markers amplified signals for quicker enhancements. These forms incorporate cultist attire into their anatomy, with robes fused to skin, providing minor camouflage in dimly lit chapels or residential sectors. Their presence underscoring how Unitology's doctrines facilitated evolutions by protecting infected bodies during priming phases. SCAF expedition logs from Tau Volantis detail these enhancements in field autopsies, noting how signal intensity correlates with skin density, turning once vulnerable tissue into armored plating that deflects initial strikes from pulse rifles or cutters, with measurements showing EM field thresholds above which standard forms evolve into enhanced states mid-outbreak, while also highlighting rare weaknesses like still exposed limb joints that yield to focused dismemberment despite overall toughness, and describing how mummified variants thaw unevenly in blizzards, causing temporary reductions in durability until full reactivation restores their hardened hides for pursuits across icy outposts. This progression underscores the infection's adaptive intelligence, refining slashers into more formidable guardians of the Horde through iterative mutations responsive to environmental and host factors. their presence a constant shadow in the dim corridors and frozen outposts of humanity's farthest reaches, as seen in DS2, where they guard marker sites against intruders like Isaac Clarke. Furthermore, these cleric variants tie into lore where unitologists viewed enhancements as ascension, with audio logs from the scroll describing transformed priests leading necromorph packs in holy charges, blending religious fervor with the Horde's instinctive aggression to create psychologically intimidating foes. Leapers thrive in low-gravity settings, their lower bodies merging into a single bladed tail resembling a scorpion stinger, formed by fusing leg bones and muscles into a flexible whip-like appendage tipped with a sharpened bone protrusion for impaling or anchoring to surfaces that propels them through voids and stabs with precision, anchoring to bulkheads aboard wrecks like the USM Valor, where debris fields become their domain filled with floating wreckage and severed cables. This fusion optimizes momentum, allowing explosive launches that close gaps in weightless drifts by coiling the tail like a spring before release, turning open spaces into lethal arenas where they can ricochet off walls or objects with unpredictable trajectories. Upper limbs terminate in hooked claws for rending flesh upon impact, their joints hyper-flexible to coil and release in mid-air strikes, or to grapple onto targets mid-leap, as encountered in the Ishimura's engineering decks amid tangled pipes and flickering status lights during hull breach repairs. Frames of filtration split the jaw into four-fanged mandibles that snap shut during grapples to deliver crushing bites with serrated edges adapted from host teeth, a design that exploits the disorientation of zero-G combat in the silent expanse of breached hulls, as first featured in Dead Space 2008, Chapter 7, where Isaac Clarke faces them on the Ishimura's exterior amid asteroid mining operations, their forms emerging from shadowed craters on attached rocks to ambush in the vacuum's chill. Mummified strains from Dead Space 3's Tal Volante's landscapes incorporate additional digits ringing their maws. Small, claw-like protrusions for scraping ice or latching onto slippery surfaces, and erratic extra limbs sprouting from torsos due to hybridization with ancient alien biomass preserved in the freeze, bursting from snowdrifts with a crackle of ice and resuming mobility as desiccated flesh rehydrates upon contact with human warmth or blood. Enhanced versions, first documented in the original Dead Space, boast darker exteriors with leathery, radiation-resistant hides and pale yellow eyes that glow faintly to track movement in utter darkness or foggy atmospheres, their reinforced builds shrugging off damage that cripples base forms by redistributing biomass to critical joints during sustained marker exposure. Extraction narratives highlight their tactical use of floating wreckage, building speed by ricocheting off fragments to ambush teams during spacewalks, their tails whipping like springs uncoiled amid zero-G salvage operations, where security teams like Gabe Weller's group faced coordinated leaps from clustered debris. SCAF research entries emphasize vulnerabilities, such as arm dismemberment mid-leap triggering instant collapse and deflation of internal structures, severing their offensive capabilities and leaving them adrift in the void or tumbling helplessly across icy plains, a tactic noted in expedition manuals for clearing paths in Tal Volante's frozen caverns, where such interruptions prevented chain ambushes from groups embedded in glacial walls. These mummified adaptations also include cryogenic preservation effects, where the cold locks and mutations like bioluminescent markings on the tail for luring in blizzards, as SCAF autopsies reveal how thawing restores full function while incorporating environmental minerals into hides for added abrasion resistance against wind-driven snow. These adaptations reflect the infection's environmental attunement, crafting leapers as specialists in the boundless drift of space, where traditional footing gives way to aerial predation. Their designs optimizing for vacuum by sealing all orifices to prevent fluid loss and incorporating host lung tissue into gas bladders for directional bursts. In-game encounters across the series portray their eerie silence before the strike, stemming from repurposed vocal cords into structural supports rather than sound production, relying instead on a subtle whoosh of tail curls or impacts for auditory warnings, tails curling in preparation amid the hum of failing gravity generators or life support vents on vessels like the Ishimura. This form's evolution ensures the Horde's reach extends beyond solid ground, infiltrating the weightless frontiers where humanity sought refuge through shot-point drive expansions to distant enemies, only to find the same horrors waiting in the stars, as exemplified in the USM Valor's interior sequences, where leapers adapted to the military destroyer's ductwork and zero-G bays by using structural beams as launch pads for surprise dives amid floating ammo crates and emergency flares. Such versatility underscores how the Brethren Moon's blueprint tailors necromorphs for universal conquest, turning exploratory voids into extended hunting grounds. Lurkers arise from the smallest hosts, infants or petite animals like colony pets, their backs erupting with 3 barbed tentacles that extend for distant barbs or close-range ensnarement. The transformation inverting the torso, as the infection redirects biomass from limbs to these appendages, bursting through the skin in a spray of fluid. Patrolling the sterile medical bays of the Ishimura, where cribs once held life now cradle abominations amid scattered toys and beeping monitors. These appendages launch hooked projectiles that lodge in skin, inflicting ongoing harm through serrated barbs that inject necrotic agents as retractable lines draw victims nearer. A mechanic that turns open rooms into webs of peril by allowing coordinated barrages from elevated positions. They cling to vertical surfaces with ease, scaling walls and ceilings for overhead surprises using adhesive pads formed from repurposed dermal tissue that secretes a sticky resin. Their infant-derived cries, distorted wails echoing like distressed babies, serving to unsettle and lure prey, as heard in the haunting nursery breaches during the outbreak's early hours on the Ishimura, where unitologist interference exposed pediatric wards to the infection. Downfall animations trace alternative origins from organ banks, where cloned tissues in gestation vats bypass full bodies for swift generation by accelerating recombinant growth on isolated organs like livers or hearts, deploying these forms in clusters amid the animation's depiction of Ishimura's descent into madness, with vats overflowing as partial lurkers slither out to attach to surfaces and begin hunting. Enhanced variants in Dead Space 2 have tougher hides and glowing eyes, their dermal layers darkening into scaly, reinforced textures from sustained marker signals that increase resilience to kinetic impacts, surviving more hits in sprawled childcare facilities, where their increased durability allows prolonged engagements amid the chaos of outbreaks in areas cluttered with cribs and educational holograms. They maintain the core lurker behaviors, but with amplified defenses, allowing prolonged engagements in confined spaces like nurseries by regenerating minor tentacle damage under high signal zones. Their glowing yellow eyes, piercing shadows, collect into RIG heat signatures from greater distances. Weaknesses include tentacle severance, halting range capabilities, and forcing them into vulnerable melee lunges where their diminutive size exposes them to crushing stomps or point-blank shots from tools like the plasma cutter, a tactic emphasized in Sprawl survivor logs, where disarming all three appendages left them scrambling harmlessly on floors slick with residue. These enhancements often appear in later outbreak stages on Titan Station, where the Site-12 marker's influence evolves standard lurkers nesting in ventilation above family quarters, turning safe havens into trap-laden zones as their cries blend with evacuation alarms to mask approaches. Across the franchise, lurkers embody the infection's cruel irony, twisting innocence into instruments of terror, their tentacles a silent promise of entanglement in the quiet wards turned graveyards, reflecting Unitology's misinterpreted doctrines of unity, where transformed infants symbolize divine rebirth, as preached in cult audio logs urging exposure of the young to markers for ascension. Extraction logs describe them nesting in groups, coordinating barrages that pin down teams in tight quarters like surgical theaters or escape pods, their barbs chipping away at armor over time while cries sow doubt, forcing security personnel like Nathan McNeil to hesitate before firing on forms reminiscent of children amid the rail shooter chaos of overrun decks. This variant's presence lingers in the mind, a reminder of how the markers corrupt even the most vulnerable, weaving them into the broader tapestry of extinction that unfolds in humanity's isolated outposts, with their small size enabling infiltration through grates or debris that larger forms cannot access, extending the horde's reach into sealed areas. Infectors take on a grotesque, bat-like silhouette in the necromorph arsenal, their wings a patchwork of stretched skin and membrane formed by fusing arm and leg tissues into broad, veiny flaps that allow erratic flight through the cramped ducts and open bays of infested ships, where they serve as the infection's primary propagators by injecting the recombinant microorganisms directly into lifeless bodies to accelerate reanimation. This proboscis, a needle-sharp extension from their malformed heads surrounded by writhing sensory tendrils that detect corpse freshness via chemical cues, pierces with surgical intent, delivering the code that sparks rapid reanimation, often prioritizing cranial injections to swiftly override neural pathways and ensure quicker control, turning still forms into fresh horrors amid the sterile glow of medical facilities or the cluttered wreckage of engineering sections. On the USG Ishimura, more logs recovered from the outbreak detail their methodical approach, fluttering just out of reach to evade countermeasure while zeroing in on exposed corpses lined up, their wings humming softly in recycled air as they prioritize the recently fallen, within hours of death for optimal tissue viability, to bolster the horde's numbers amid scattered scalpels and flickering holographic displays. The novel Dead Space, Martyr traces their role in planning outbreaks, where they descended on excavation crews in the Chicxulub digs as mutated forms derived from infected sea creatures like crabs or fish, converting downed workers in the dusty caverns to swell the initial waves of terror, their injections amplifying the radius of corruption with each successful transformation by seeding secondary spores from the proboscis tip. These early infectors in Martyr also exhibited primitive flight, gliding on ocean breezes before adapting to enclosed spaces in human structures. An evolution that underscores the infection's versatility from open environments to the confined voids of spacecraft. Enhanced infectors, forged in zones of intense marker influence, like the core chambers near Site-12 on Titan Station, exhibit darker, more resilient exoskeletons with chitin-like hardening that shrugs off glancing blows from line guns or cutters, coupled with swifter aerial maneuvers, enabled by reinforced wing joints that allow tighter turns and dives, making them elusive shadows in the sprawling corridors of Dead Space 2's outbreaks. These variants sustain the outbreak's momentum by nesting in hidden alcoves or overhead ducts, emerging to replenish depleted ranks after skirmishes. Their projections are easily precise and targeting larger areas like the brainstem for quicker yields and minimal resistance from lingering host reflexes. Extraction missions portray them in vent clusters, bursting forth during system failures where its dim and ominous terrain. Overwhelming security teams with coordinated dives that prioritize denied personnel amid the rail shooter chaos of flickering panels and emergency strobes. Destruction during the injection phase interrupts the process mid-flow, leaving hosts as limp, unchanged cadavers trapped in the dim light, or occasionally resulting in partial mutations like twitching limbs, without full reanimation. A brief window of reprieve noted in survivor testimonies from the Ishimura's overrun decks, where timely interventions with stasis fields stemmed local surges by freezing the infector mid-descent. This form's existence underscores the infection's strategic depth, positioning infectors as midwives to the nightmare. Their flight's a constant thread weaving new life into the dead across the franchise's haunted locales, from planetary colonies to orbital stations, with their ability to hover silently, allowing them to evade detection until the proboscis extends. In animations like Downfall, they appear as swarming heralds of the Ishimura's doom, their wings casting fleeting shadows over crew quarters before plunging into fallen bunk beds and personal lockers, ensuring nobody remains unclaimed in the escalating chaos by systematically converting entire shifts in sequence from least to most defended areas. Their presence lingers in the quiet aftermath, a reminder of how the markers orchestrate growth through these alien agents, forever expanding the necrotic tide in the silent voids of space stations and colonies alike, aligned with Brethren Moon's telepathic directives to prioritize mass casualty zones for exponential horde growth, as inferred from SCAF analyses linking infector proliferation to signal spikes during convergence preparations. Swarm infectors manifest as clusters of diminutive insectoid horrors resembling wriggling worms or larvae with segmented pale bodies and multiple tiny proboscis tipped with barbs for piercing. Their collective bodies a writhing mass that descends on corpses to administer overwhelming injections through parallel strikes, facilitating transformations far quicker than solitary efforts, often completing reanimations in seconds for multiple hosts. In the blood-soaked battlefield and casualty-strewn halls of outbreak sites like SCAF forward bases or colony medbays, spawned from patches of corruption, the fleshy, vein-ridden growth that carpets infected areas like a pulsating light, acting as nurseries by extruding swarms from embedded pod-like sacs that mature under marker signals. They target accumulations of the dead, burrowing in with needle-like appendages to flood tissues with the recombinant agent via a cocktail of enzymes and microorganisms, turning piles of remains into synchronized waves of reanimation, where newly formed necromorphs rise in unison to overwhelm survivors. In Dead Space 3's Tau Volantis sequences, they demonstrate cold adaptation by forming insulating communal hives within snowbanks or glacial crevices, tunneling into snow-entombed SCAF personnel preserved in their rig suits for centuries, their tiny forms insulated by the freeze and collective body heat as they erupt from drifts to claim fresh hosts amid the planet's howling winds and whiteout conditions, often ambushing exploratory teams during artifact digs. The comic Dead Space, Liberation illustrates their planetary scale impact, infesting UXA's excavation pits to convert entire survey teams during black market invasions orchestrated by moon-influenced seismic events, their swarms a buzzing prelude to the overwhelming hordes that follow, with panels depicting clusters burrowing into fallen EarthGov soldiers amid crumbling ruins and rising dust clouds, accelerating a global outbreak toward convergence. These spawning mechanics tie into corruption's broader ecosystem, where the overgrowth not only generates swarm infectors, but also sustains them with nutrient tendrils, allowing detached clusters to survive independently for short periods. A feature observed in Tau Volantis labs, where dissected corruption samples revealed internal chambers, breeding these variants in response to biomass shortages. Their group dynamics grant resilience, with partial clusters persisting even after losses. Individual units capable of lone infections, but at reduced speed and efficiency, allowing fragmented survivors to continue the infection process on nearby targets by scattering and regrouping via chemical pheromones, a behavior that turns high casualty zones like battlefield areas into exponential breeding grounds where one swarm can seed multiple reanimation waves. Smaller than their singular counterparts, they infiltrate through minuscule gaps such as hairline cracks in bulkheads or rig seabeds, as observed in the sprawled ventilation networks during Dead Space 2, where they weave through grates to access sealed rooms like quarantined government labs or residential pods, emerging in whispers of motion during lulls in the chaos amid dim emergency lighting and distant screams. Vulnerabilities lie in broad spectrum threats, such as grenades that fragment the mass into ineffective particles or flames that cauterize and prevent reformation by destroying the recombinant core, halting their collective momentum as noted in SCAF tactical manuals recovered from Tau Volantis outposts like the CAS Relay, where such measures, combined with stasis fields to isolate units for precision kills, bought precious time against the encroaching freeze-bound swarms that otherwise tunneled under barriers during blizzards. This variant embodies the infection's hive-like ingenuity, dispersing risk across many to ensure propagation in the face of resistance by operating as decentralized microhives that echo the Brethren Moon's shared consciousness, allowing adaptive responses like splitting to evade threats or converging on weakened hosts. Their tiny onslaughts a microcosm of the larger extinction drive, where rapid conversions fuel biomass for convergence. In Dead Space 2's multiplayer scenarios, they support larger engagements by overwhelming downed players in team-based modes, reminiscent of Extraction. Their clusters a distracting haze that latches onto rig suits to drain integrity and obscure vision, aiding the advance of bulkier forms like brutes or tripods, doing objective defenses amid station-wide alerts. Across the lore, swarm infectors weave into the narrative as relentless multipliers. Their presence a subtle hum in the background of major outbreaks from Aegis 7 to Tau Volantis, forever tipping the scales toward total consumption in the isolated frontiers of human expansion. As seen in Dead Space, Liberation's UXA sequences where swarms exponentially amplified the horde during planetary sieges, or in Catalyst's Aspera remote outposts, where they infiltrated sealed bunkers to convert isolated researchers, perpetuating the cycle in forgotten corners of space. Pregnants evolve from female hosts, typically those of reproductive age, where the infection exploits hormonal residues or post-mortem bloating from gas buildup to distend the abdomen grotesquely into a bulging sac, housing clutches of 2 to 4 swarmers that visibly writhe beneath the stretched vein skin, while arm blades akin to slashers, formed by elongating and sharpening forearm bones, provide defensive slashes with a reach extended by the form's hunched posture, all in service of safeguarding the payload through the cargo holds and evacuation roads of besieged vessels like the USG Ishimura. This form moves with deliberate caution, lumbering to minimize minimize risk to the internal brood, yet deceptive in its ability to close distances when threatened, turning apparent vulnerability into a trap for the unwary by feigning sluggishness before sudden bursts, fueled by reinforced leg tendons. In the 2023 Dead Space remake, their weighted gauge reflects the burden, swaying through Ishimura corridors with a rhythm that masks sudden lunges accompanied by audible sloshing of amniotic-like fluids within the sack, their blades whistling in the recycled air as they ward off intruders from their nesting sites amid stacked crates and flickering cargo manifests. Downfall animations capture their formation from infected crew, abdomens ballooning in real time amid the ship's descending pandemonium, as the infection redirects biomass from non-essential areas to nurture the brood. The expansion, a visible marker of the infection's reproductive escalation, often occurring in medical or residential decks where female crew were concentrated during initial quarantines. Upon torso rupture, often triggered by direct hits from weapons like the pulse rifle or environmental hazards, the abdomen erupts in a visceral spray of corrosive bile and tissue fragments, unleashing swarmers to scatter and assault in erratic patterns, transforming a single thread into a multifaceted swarm in areas like the Ishimura's vast storage bays during frantic retreats, where the bile can pool into slippery hazards that impede movement. Strategy revolves around limb severance first, crippling mobility by targeting legs to prevent charges and arms to eliminate slashing capability, thereby preventing swarmer deployment without risking the explosive trigger that could chain react with nearby volatiles like fuel canisters. A tactic outlined in survivor holotapes from the Ishimura's engineering crew, where dismemberment is time amid the echoing cargo echoes and distant roars of approaching hordes. These holotapes, recoverable via rig scans in the game, emphasize the importance of stasis application to slow the pregnant sway, allowing precise cuts with tools like the plasma cutter to avoid accidental torso breaches that release the brood prematurely. Furthermore, the rupture's bile not only disperses swarmers, but also carries recombinant particles, potentially infecting wounded survivors nearby. A secondary vector noted in Downfall, where such explosions in tight crew quarters led to rapid secondary outbreaks among clustered refugees. This necromorph encapsulates the infection's maternal mockery, birthing destruction from within to perpetuate the cycle by converting host reproductive systems into brood chambers. Their swollen forms a haunting symbol in the law's gallery of horrors that echoes unitology's twisted theology, where pregnants are revered as mothers of the whole in cult audio logs, representing divine gestation toward convergence and unity. In Extraction's cooperative play, they anchor defensive positions in extraction routes or mining tunnels. Their releases overwhelming teams in tight quarters by forcing divided attention between the parent form's slashes and the scattering swarmers amid blaring alarms and rail shooter fire. Across the series, pregnancy linger as carriers of renewal. Their presence a quiet build-up to frenzy in the dim, forsaken spaces where humanity's remnants cling to survival, often strategically placed by the infection's hive intelligence to guard high-traffic areas like evacuation shuttles or supply depots, ensuring propagation during retreats as seen in Ishimura captain's logs detailing how they blocked hangar accesses during the vessel's final hours. Swarmers detach as wriggling offspring from the ruptured abdomens of pregnants or sprout directly from patches of corruption, the fleshy mats that creep across infected surfaces like pulsating vein-laced carpets, capable of extruding them from embedded pustules that mature and burst upon detecting nearby vibrations or heat. Their tiny forms, resembling severed infant heads with clusters of thread-like tendrils protruding from distorted mouth and eye sockets. A seething mass designed to latch onto living hosts and siphon away strength, while seeding further infection in the dim, cluttered residential sectors of places like the Sprawl on Titan Station. These diminutive horrors operate in collectives, overwhelming through sheer numbers rather than individual might, their thread-like appendages piercing suits and skin to drain vital fluids via barbed tips that inject recombinant enzymes, a process that weakens prey for the larger horde trailing behind by causing progressive necrosis or suit breaches over minutes if not removed. In Dead Space 2's multiplayer engagements, they play a supportive role, swarming over downed combatants to distract and erode defenses by latching in groups to obscure vision or slow movement, allowing bulkier necromorphs like slashers to close in amid the chaos of station-wide alerts and flickering emergency strobes in apartment blocks or transit hubs. The comic Dead Space. Salvage captures their tenacity in deep space scenarios, where they cling relentlessly to salvagers' RIGs aboard drifting hulks like the US Magpie, burrowing through seals until breaches occur by secreting acidic mucus that corrodes materials, turning routine recovery missions into desperate struggles amid zero-G cargo holds filled with frozen debris and cosmic radiation. Their dormancy in vacuum allows survival until contact with warm bodies reactivates them. Their assault patterns focus on extremities, clusters piling onto arms and legs to immobilize by overwhelming joints with mass and tendrils that wrap like vines, then delving deeper with probing appendages that inject corrupting agents directly into bloodstreams or neural clusters, accelerating the host's decline toward transformation in the narrow ducts and debris-strewn alleys of outbreak zones like the Ishimura's crew quarters. Small enough to conceal within ventilation grates or scattered wreckage, they emerge in sudden waves during breaches in civilian areas, their movements a subtle rustle that precedes the sting of attachment, often triggered by proximity sensors repurposed from host sensory organs to detect rig emissions or footsteps. Origins link them to incomplete infections, arising from shredded biomass in densely packed kill sites where fragments of prior victims, such as dismembered limbs or organ spills, coalesce into these parasitic swarms under marker signals that knit the remnants together, ensuring no scrap of flesh goes unused in the marker's grand design for biomass efficiency. SCAF survivor accounts from Tau Volantis. Outpost describes similar emergences from frozen corruption mats in buried bunkers, thawed by human warmth from exploratory teams, to resume their draining cycle amid the planet's icy confines cluttered with abandoned gear and data pads. Their persistence acquired erosion in the background of larger confrontations like boss encounters with Nexus forms, where swarmers distract by latching during charges. This coalescence process highlights the infection's waste-not philosophy, with Ishimura autopsy logs noting how swarmers form from failed full transformations, such as aborted slasher mutations in high-trauma areas, redirecting energy into swarm production for opportunistic spread. Flamethrowers and grenades prove effective countermeasures, engulfing groups in fire that cauterizes latch points and destroys tendrils mid-injection or blasts that scatter them before they can anchor, preventing the chain reactions of attachment that amplify their threat in confined spaces by creating temporary vacuums in zero-G environments to pull remnants away. In Extraction's cooperative defenses, teams prioritize area clearance to halt their support, their elimination buying moments of respite amid the echoing halls by coordinating sweeps with tools like the rivet gun to pin and incinerate clusters nesting in grates. This necromorph type, embodies the infection's insidious undercurrent, a multitude of small violations that collectively undermine resistance through progressive weakening, such as gradual suit integrity loss, leading to environmental exposure, weaving into the law as harbingers of inevitable overrun in the isolated pockets where humanity clings to survival, as depicted in Dead Space. Salvage where persistent swarmers cause slow breaches in salvager suits during extended drifts, culminating in decompression fatalities amid the silent void. Exploders shuffle forth with a distinctive asymmetry, typically featuring the left arm ballooned into an enormous, luminous pustule, a swollen, yellow-glowing sac pulsating with contained volatility derived from repurposed adipose and glandular tissues, converted into unstable organic explosives. There forms a sacrificial vessel primed to detonate upon contact or proximity, unleashing devastation in the tight engineering sections of ships like the USG Ishimura, where bulkheads and conduits become fatal hazards amid tangled wiring and leaking coolant lines. This oversized appendage houses concentrated bile, a caustic brew of acidic compounds and pressurized gases that erupts in broad explosions capable of rupturing doors, shattering glass panels, or scattering groups of survivors in the humming bowels of planet crackers, with the blast radius often extending several meters to maximize area denial. They emit guttural vocalizations as warnings, a low rumble or moan building to a piercing scream before the charge, their remaining limbs fused and stunted, often with the right arm reduced to a claw for minimal grappling. To balance the weight of their deadly cargo, as detailed in Ishimura maintenance logs recovered by Isaac Clarke, where these forms breach sealed compartments during the vessel's rapid fall. Their origins frequently traced to miner or laborer hosts whose pre-infection sturdy physiques supported the imbalanced mutation without immediate collapse. The game Dead Space, Ignition showcases their disruptive potential in infrastructure sabotage, where they trigger cascading blasts along power lines or fuel conduits, plunging sectors into darkness and chaos amid sparking consoles and failing gravity plates, often coordinating with other necromorphs to exploit the disorientation caused by blackouts in corporate facilities. Enhanced exploders, shaped by sustained marker exposure in high signal zones like the Site-12 core, boast enlarged pustules with brighter luminescence and amplified blasts due to denser compound concentrations, their forms appearing in the thronged hallways of the sprawl in Dead Space 2, where crowded evacuations turned into kill zones from a single detonation that could chain react, with environmental hazards like gas leaks or electrical panels. Animations like Dead Space Aftermath trace their genesis from minor hosts, arms inflating grotesquely as volatile compounds accumulate during mutation in a process visible through translucent skin phases. The process a silent build-up amid the flickering light of abandoned drills and ore processors on vessels like the USM Valheim, where corporate interrogations frame how these forms emerge from initial infections to sabotage rescue efforts. Their sacrificial nature defines encounters, lumbering inexorably toward targets with a deliberate gait that belies the impending fury, often feigning slower movements to lure groups closer before accelerating, turning open areas into no man's lands, where the air thickens with anticipation and the scent of ozone from prior blasts. SCAF tactical entries from Tau Volantis note similar variants in storage caverns, their pustules no less lethal in the cold, emerging from frozen alcoves to shatter ice barriers and rock formations alike in the planet's subterranean facilities buried under permafrost, with adaptations like crystalline reinforcements in the sun to prevent premature rupture from low temperatures. neutralizing them at distance by targeting the pustule prevents close-range risks, the premature burst containing the damage far from the shooter, by directing the explosion backward onto the exploder itself, a strategy emphasized in survivor holotapes from the Ishimura's engineering decks, where such precision with weapons like the Seeker rifle saved lives amid the debris and avoided corrosive splash that could erode nearby structures or allies' rigs. In Extraction's defensive stands, teams coordinate to pop these threats early, using synced fire or stasis to freeze mid-charge, averting chain reactions that could engulf entire squads in bile or trigger secondary explosions from environmental volatiles like fuel barrels in mining tunnels. This variant encapsulates the infection's explosive opportunism, a walking demolition that clears paths for the Horde by breaching fortifications or dispersing defenders, forever etched in the lore as volatile sentinels amid the mechanical parts of humanity's doomed constructs, aligned with Brethren Moon imperatives to facilitate biomass flow towards central convergence points, as inferred from SCAF analyses of exploder proliferation in high obstruction areas like Tau, Volantis, blocked capitals. As the infection takes hold in isolated outposts and sprawling stations, the initial variants like slashes, and exploders pave the way for greater horrors, their forms refining the intensifying marker signals to exploit every weakness in human defenses, from corrosion that eats through armor to packs that overwhelm with sheer numbers. In the dim corridors of the Ishimura or the frozen bunkers of Tau Volantis, these evolutions mark a turning point, where the necrotic tide shifts from opportunistic spikes to calculated sieges, drawing ever closer to the massive entities that command the swarm. But that descent awaits in Part 2, where the abominations grow more insidious and the path to convergence unfolds. And so, we've traced the necromorphs from their ancient origins through the marker's insidious signals, their biology forged for unrelenting assault, and the early variants that stalk the voids, slashers rending with bone blades, leapers bounding in zero gravity, and exploders erupting in volatile fury. These forms embody the infection's cunning adaptation, turning human frailty into weapons of extinction from the destroyed corridors and frozen outposts. The nightmare deepens. In Part 2, we'll confront the evolved horrors like pukers corroding from afar, dividers fracturing into relentless fragments, massive brutes and hive minds commanding the swarm, and the path to convergence where all dissolves into the Brethren Moon's maw. Join us there to complete this chronicle of cosmic harvest. If this part resonated, like, subscribe, and share your thoughts below. What variant chills you most? Until next time, rest in the quiet between the stars.
I din djupa ringningen en svag nyans av kött någonstans. Men ändå så känner jag för dig, jag ber dig, låt mig få glömma. Jag vill du dölja, kan du fördölja det för mig? Som tallrikroden har sin slöja, så döljer också du en hela brudar. Hej, hej, svenska brudar. Tuttar jag ser dem, vill gärna ta hem dem till mig. Där under tröjan finns en härlighet, om du vill låta mig få dela av det. Hej, hej, svenska brudar. Ta första steget, låt mig få dig ratta ikväll. Svenska brudar. Det känns som om jag tänder på dig. Sen blir vår relation aldrig igen. Svenska brudar, hej, hej, svenska brudar. Svenska brudar, jag känner jag har något på gång. Svenska brudar. Svenska brudar, du är så lång och så blond. Svenska brudar. Knullar runt i ett land som krigen, ta mig där bak. Svenska brudar, hej, hej, svenska brudar.
Ge mig din oskuld, ge mig din famn. Ge mig vad jag vill och fort som fan.
Svenska brudar, hej, hej, svenska brudar. Läppar mot läppar, tråkgotta som fan. Som ger könssjukdomar till varann. Svenska brudar, hej, hej, svenska brudar. Ge mig din oskuld, ge mig din famn. Ge mig vad jag vill och fort som fan. Svenska brudar, hej, hej, svenska brudar.
Ge mig din oskuld, ge mig din famn.
Svenska brudar, hej, hej, svenska brudar. Svenska brudar, hej, hej, svenska brudar.
Check this out. 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 Check this out.
Yes.
this out. when you need want some coke, want some weed. You know me, I'm your friend, your main boy. I'm your pusher. I'm your pusher. Ain't I clean, bad machine, super cool, super clean, feeling good, with a man, super fly. Here I stand, see my stand, never stand, baddest bitches in the bed. I'm your pusher. I'm your pusher. Solid life. A man in odd circumstance. A victim of your man. Three people never stop. And I'll never trip for a while. Insecure from the past. How long can the people last? Woo! Got to be real. Gotta get real now. Push a man, get real. Every night, every second, making money all the time. My LD, just me, my all junkies to sleep. Never bitch, just like me, making love how I scream. I'm your pussy. Too bad, please. For a generous fee, make your world what you want it to be. Not a woman who loves you. Wanna give her something better than me. It's all I can be nothing else. Just a hustle inspired us. I know I can breathe because life just a naked. Lord, Lord, got to get mellow. Gotta be mellow. Got to get mellow. I'm your mama, I'm your daddy, I'm that nigga in the alley. I'm your doctor when you need some coke, absolutely. You know me, I'm your friend, your main boy, that you see me. I'm your pusher. You're pusher. I'm your mama, I'm your daddy, I'm that nigga, the alley. I'm your doctor when you need want some coke, have some weed. You know me, I'm your friend, your main boy, that you see me. I'm your pusher. I'm your pusher. Ain't I clean, bad machine, super cool, super clean, feeling good, feel the man, super fly. Here I stand, secret stash, never bad, this bitches in the bed. I'm your pusher. I'm your pusher. I'm your pusher. Solid life. Grenade. A man in odd circumstance. A victim of your man. Three people never stop.
human head is quite durable. Your mouth shall make a very interesting urinal. Met the devil, and spit in his grill. Told him I'm running hell, son, chill, or you're the next I'll kill. You know you're dead when you sell yourself for bread. Life's funny like a bitch ass with a hole in the head. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6, 6, 7, 7, 7, 8, 1999. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6, 6, 7, 7, 7, 8, 1999. Motherfuckers. Yeah. Necro shit. Bitch.
about a ill and it was dead. My wife wake me up this morning out of bed. She give me cocoa and then she bought a piece of bread. But right between the bread, it was a fried egg. And in the afternoon, she give me hockey and cakes. And we down on the evening, me go rub them sexy legs. When me walk on street, I am man down. Me prefer with me phone and go sell the egg. They say heal me control. Call it me trigger, they say heal me control. Cause me say I love the girls and the girls love me. Say I love me butter and I love the blood. I love the sexy thing right between your legs. Them pretty brown a leg and make me get shake. Say them a pretty brown a leg and make me get shake. Nico short, Nico smart, Nico no outfit up. Me short but me smart but me no outfit up. For everywhere me go the people want to see me. For everywhere me go the people want to see me. That's why me climbing on the sycamore tree. Jamal, that's why me climbing on the sycamore tree. Me say me have a dog a yard and me no have no fear. Before me go a show, me a brand new cup of tea. Invite anyone for me. Jama me say invite everyone for me. For me say everywhere me go, me have to shake me head. For everyone I talk about a ill and Nico jail. Me wife wake me up this morning out of bed. She give me cocoa tea and then she bought a piece of bread. But right between the bread, it was a fried egg. And in the afternoon, she give me hockey and cakes. And we down on the evening, me go rub them sexy leg. Me walk on street, I am man down. Me prefer with me phone and go sell the egg. They say heal Nico jail. Cause let me tell you, say me dread than dread. Nico short, Nico smart, Nico no outfit up. No short, Nico smart, Nico no outfit up. For everywhere me go, the people want to see me. For everywhere me go, the people want to see me. That's why me climb up in the sycamore tree. Dream about the summer leaves away, can bring me. Do it. Me say the man die, sweet like any dragon. Along with Nicodemus, song a Channel 1, me a musician. Jaman, me come to nice up the nation. Rubber chaman, from the Babylon bar, leather natty dread. They say heal me go dread. Call it me till they say me heavy than lead. Call it me till they say me tougher than lead. They say me plant senselina and me plant lamb's bread. Say that's the angle way I'm gonna make my bread. Keep my cabinet and I buy a jam bed. Say heal me go dread. Jaman on me say heal me go dread. Nico short, Nico smart, Nico no.
I wanna be, I wanna be. Alltså, jag har inte alltså de andra grabbarna. Alltså, en gång i Down, jag kan inte säga det. Han var ju riktigt. Så då get på balans. kan ju säga så här, det är ju inga större fördelar, bara som sitter i hans telefon. Jag tycker så här. Det är kul att vara här med. Men jag har nog alltid varit lite egen, men det är de där. Jo, man kan skicka in till exempel som någon som tar. Alla människor som jobbar ifrån avfilmar. Träffa honom på en riktigt fantastisk kille alltså. Fy fan vad härligt att träffa. Den är huvudgrejen. Dör inte nu, jag får en. Dra lite.
nomine Patris et Filii et Spiritus Sancti.